Good afternoon, and welcome everybody. Hey, buddy. You're stuck. You're drinking your ice cubes forever and ever. See, he hasn't moved. Not very much anyway. Whoop, and there goes Minnie. It's time to kill the lizard. Yes. So good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the studio. Happy Wednesday. How's everybody doing? It's almost nap time here, so Minnie's gonna have her pre-nap zoomies for a bit and play with the lizard, and then she'll settle down. Kiba here is I've bribed him with ice. He's got ice cubes in his bowl, so he's been going back and forth between ice cubes and clay water. So he's stuck in for a while. I need to move some stuff off of my cart, so I'm going to leave you here with Kiba and Minnie, and move some things off of my cart so I can make more things to put on my cart. Crystal Wolf, that makes your slow day better, seeing kitties. Kitties make everything better, don't they? Kiba loves ice. I don't know why, but he always has. And he doesn't play with it. He sits there and licks it. Same thing like when, the few times of year we get snow, I'll go get him a snowball and he'll just sit there until it's all gone. When our fridge had a ice maker, it would he would hear the ice sound and come running. But I'm just moving some of the mugs that I made the other day. They've just been on the cart drying. And then I fired a kiln yesterday, so we've been doing some shipping. So we're just kind of doing everything at once. Bouncing back and forth between different parts of the process. But today's going to be more mugs, because I got a lot of mugs to make still. Got a lot of things to restock. Well, there went Minnie. What are you doing? Huh? See his ice cube bowl. You and your coworker have outworked everybody at your company, so you're ahead. So there's nothing coming through right now, so you're bored. Sounds like a good time to watch some cats on the internet, right? Oh, Belzy, it's a Friday for you. Nice. You have 4 days off for your 40th birthday. Congrats. Happy birthday. Gonna move his ice over here. Ooh, there's a purr. There's a purr. Now you don't get to stay here. You're. I need the wheel. You want to cuddle? There we go. We'll cuddle. Isn't that a happy face? He was purring so much this morning because I was printing out shipping labels, and he was just like sprawled out on my keyboard and just happy as he could be. Nothing makes him happier than being in the way. Of course, he's also like a dandelion, so every time I touch him, there's just cat hair everywhere. But that's why we say there's 2%, a guaranteed 2% cat fluff in every piece. He's just doing his part. Are you getting ready to plop? How about let's go for a spin? He is fluffy. He is. He's actually got the thickest fur of a cat I've ever seen. Oh, no, okay. We'll stop. There you go. Let's go over here. There you go. There's your ice cubes again. Clear out some of this dried clay. Usually the ice is enough to keep him occupied for a little while. Guess till he can't feel his tongue anymore. Oh, hey, Minnie. Careful now. You can still have the cat bed. She's like trying to get it before he does. You know what? I need to go turn on one of my lights, and I'll be right back. It's like something looks different here. Did I get it? Yeah. Oh, come on. There we go. Well, that's why I gave him stairs, so he could get up and down by himself. Minnie. It's all yours. I'm going to make some, we're going to do 20-ounce mugs today, but some of the first ones I want to do are the potion bottle mugs. So I want to do some of the stamina and the health mugs. And possibly also, so the round ones, I'll need to make some space balls and some, maybe some Marvin mugs also. But this one is going to be a stamina mug. In theory. Oh, I should have been soaking my sponge. That's going to take a second. potions. It's everybody's favorite class, right? See if I can do this. I still haven't found my blue rib. I don't know where it went to, where it fell. So I'll use my wooden one for these. And then measure the top of this one. There's my ruler. Now I make these, I'm going to put a stamina tag on this one, a medallion, because you'll see the potion bottles, mugs going through the slideshow, but I could make this and put anything else on it. I just usually just make them specifically as the potion bottles. Wibbly wobbly, isn't it? There we go. don't know if there's any other game-related potions I want to do, because we've done health, mana, and stamina, because they seem to be like generic, but almost, you know, in a lot of things, almost everything. But our next show is Origins, the Origins Game Fair, so it's a gaming convention. So we're dusting off all the gaming themed things. Stay with me now. Oops. Almost made it go faster at first. Or I did make it go faster at first on accident. A swiftness potion. Well, with the potion bottles, we do a lot of the Harry Potter ones, like, you know, the Polyjuice and the liquid luck potion, which I can never pronounce. I guess the most recent, newest one I did was the, I made one that said Poor Unfortunate Souls. And that one's always popular. But I do mana, health, and stamina in the little potion bottles. We did Polyjuice potion, liquid luck, and Skelly Grow for Harry Potter. And then just for myself, we made gummy berry juice and love potion number 9, just to see who would get it. I didn't even see her come over here and do this. Minnie has struck again. Look at that. It was not that shape when I left it. There's like little tongue marks right there where Minnie licked it. Excuse me. The anti-murder bean water. Oh, it's no longer centered. We can still make it a bit more round. There we go. I usually watch out for Minnie because she likes to lick the wet clay for some reason. I'm just glad she doesn't take chunks out of it. I mean, it's not going to hurt her. It's just clay. Why do cats lick weird things all the time? I don't know. Well, I mean, that's their way of testing something out. I mean, licking clay is no different than, I guess, licking their butt. So no worse anyways. No worse. Plain old woodworking. Thank you for the raid. That's part of a sponge. Let's keep that out of there. Welcome everybody. Your cat, Tacky Corgi, loves to lick the fuzzies off things. Like you mean like the little like burrs on like on a fleece or something? Let's try to stay put now. Tile started moving. How to make a tall cylinder when your tile keeps wobbling. Hey, Plain Old Woodworking and Cat, welcome, welcome. Well, it seems like it's stuck pretty good now. Hey, Knitter Girl. Her own hair fuzzies on the floor, carpet, random stuff on your bed, hair. Ha 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 ha. Let's get some of this clay off the bottom and then I'll fix the top some more. I'm rolling the rim, which is supposed to make it a bit more even, but it may or may not be doing that. But I want it to be, I want a nice thick bead on the top. Because again, I want this to look like a potion bottle. Does that look like a nice even cylinder so far? Maybe stretch it out a bit more at the top right there. That's better. That's better. What program do I use for my music? I'm using Pretzel Rocks. So it's a website. We have a subscription. But it's free to just try. You just get more songs and access to more music if you subscribe to it. But you can put filters on it to where you can say only YouTube safe music. I've got it set to instrumentals because I prefer instrumentals. But it's got different channels, different genres, or you can make your own playlist. But it's all supposed to be like copyright-free music. Minnie? I don't see anything chasing her. Minnie just came in here like she's having the zoomies. Like something was chasing her. Oh, there she goes again. Pre-nap zoomies. Pretzel Rocks. Let me see if I can post a link here. Let me clean off for a second. There we go. There we go. was going a bit too fast, wasn't I? Here we go. Crystal Wolf, thank you for the resub. Hey, almost a year. You're getting close. Hello? Are you all zoomied out? Time to make us some biscuits. So I got 5 of those. And I want to do some of the health mugs. Let's see. It's odd. It's some places we will sell like nothing but the mana mugs, and some places will sell nothing but health or stamina, and I never know which it's going to be. But if you were going to have the choice between health, mana, and stamina, which one would you choose? Which one would you be most likely to choose? Because I always assumed mana would be the one that's the most popular. But we do have a lot of like people in the healthcare industry choose the health mug, which I can completely understand. Mana. Health, because you lack that, yeah. Okay. Now, I'm not making this one as tall because it's going to be stretched wider. Look at that regal pose. That looks pretty good. So this is the shape that will be the health mugs, which you see in the slideshow, and then the mana, no, the health and the space balls. Yes. Yes. And that reminds me that I haven't scheduled a pickup yet, and I still have time, so let me go schedule a pickup. All right, so let me get on here because I forgot to schedule a pickup for our boxes that were going out today. But I can get on here real quick and do this. I have until 2:30 in the afternoon. I have a half hour to schedule one. Though sometimes we have one UPS guy that the same one is downtown that goes to our house. So if he drives by and sees boxes in the window, sometimes he just stops and picks them up. But I scheduled a pickup. We are good now. Tacky Corgi is talking about me, Annie. Yes, she is. Yes, we're talking about you. She's almost asleep. Her eyes are almost closed. She's like, if we'd quit making so much noise, she could sleep a lot easier. See, I told you it was her pre-nap zoomies. That's what she does. She goes up and she plays with the lizard. She runs around like crazy, and then she passes out. It's that little bit of kitten that is still in her. Kiba was up here earlier. He's left me for the moment though. I quit petting him, so he said he left. He got mad and went away. There we go. Oops, let me get the water out of here. Do I like stained glass? I love stained glass. Wait. I'm making another tall one. I shouldn't have made this so tall. See if I can compress it back down a bit. No, I do. I have taken like a, little beginner stained glass course, and I really enjoyed it. I think if I wasn't doing pottery, I would be doing some form of glass, because I love the design elements of stained glass. And I've talked before, but I like going up. When we've gone up to Chicago, there's a big stained glass museum up there that I just love going to. Here we go. Make this a little bit narrower. You've never been, but you'd like to go someday. Yes, so the one I know of is real actually free to the public, because it's kind of a tied in with the history of Chicago display. It's at the Navy Pier, which is kind of their touristy area, and they have a lot of architectural, like, stained glass pieces from different churches and different buildings from Chicago's history that they've just preserved there. Because the glass industry is so big in Chicago because of the fire that happened and the rebuilding. They pretty much just kind of had to make a lot of the stuff there. And so it started a huge glass industry. So that's why there's so many glass artists in Chicago. Is that where the German U-boat is? I don't know. You can't believe we just straight up stole a German U-boat. I'm not familiar with that story, so I'll have to look that up. I'll have to see if my father's ever heard of that, because Chicago at the Navy Pier is where my grandfather did his like basic training and stuff. I think we're sagging here a bit, aren't we? We're not that round anymore. There we go. Yeah, Crystal Wolf, just whisper it to me. Okay, yeah, Crystal Wolf, thank you. Belzy, you can't wait to get an Akatar mug. Yes, I gotta make some more of those too. Oh, thank you for the warning, but that's okay. Oh, we got something going on over here. There we go. Gotcha. Well, thank you, Knitter Girl. Got a chance to get that sword out and dust it off, huh? We don't have that many problems over here anymore. In creative, I mean. Well, I like both of those things, humor and history, so I'll check them out. Some of my favorite podcasts are historical podcasts, and there's two that I really like that tend to focus on biographies of women throughout history. Oh, that's awesome! A peg-legged woman who was a spy in World War II. Yes, I hadn't heard about that one. I actually will get on a historical fiction kick every once in a while, and there's like a lot of books right now about women in World War II and like spies versus just the roles of women in war. One and two, World Wars One and Two, and they're extremely interesting and extremely really good reads. But like, there's only so much of that you can take after a while, because nothing in them usually is good that happens. You know, they're dramas, and they're usually like sometimes hard to read. But so you gotta take a break every once in a while. But I do enjoy that. Such a cute, furry little sociopath on the bed. Yes. This is Minnie. She's my supervisor today. She's hard at it. I want to do, I think, 15 of these. That way I can have some health and some space balls and some Marvin mugs. Yes. There, the logo on both sides, yes. Yeah. Yeah, that looks good. But oh, so you used to wonder, why do we keep these murder machines in our house? But living with an animal that would likely murder us or eat us, yeah, if they could, is more fun than you thought it would be, yeah. Even when they do occasionally make you bleed. It's like I've got a few scratches on my hand where she got me the other day. Oh, your sociopath knows better than to scratch you. She even goes to her room when told. Well, I think Minnie has me better trained than I have her. Welcome back, everybody. Let me see what that is. Smooth that little extra piece of clay down. They follow your orders, but they bite the wife. Oh. Most of ours are strays that have come up, and most of them are okay with us. We have one that we take care of that's just mostly feral. Like, she'll come and accept food from us, but she doesn't want anything to do with us. She doesn't want pets or anything. So we just let her be. Your favorite was feral but starving, so after a few days of holding her, she calmed down good. Bad Face, hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. And good afternoon. What's everybody got going on today? Roll this over, I'm making a thicker rim, and then stretch this out. The mugs I'm making today, these spherical mugs, are going to be our health mugs. Bad Face, I understand. Thank you so much for stopping by. And we'll see you later. Yeah, happy Wednesday. Happy work in progress Wednesday. Tell me what you're working on. What's on your needles? What's on your canvas? What's on your tab? We have 16 so far. You are building a chicken coop. What? You are building a chicken coop, Lucy. It's always a safe bet to send your nerds over to this channel. Yes. What are you? A wasp-looking thing. Hopefully it's just a dirt dauber. I can completely understand a dirt dauber wanting to come in here. I've found dirt dauber nests in like pieces of pottery that have not been fired, that have just been like sitting on a shelf for a long time. I've like picked them up to find empty dirt dauber nest in there before. Well, fellow nerds, I am making health mana and stamina mugs today, so. You will have 4 chickens in 2 weeks. They will have a blue, green, and really dark brown eggs. Ooh. Corgi, what? I think I missed something. Oh yes, okay. So I had found so there's like a wasp thing buzzing around in here, and I said I hoped it was a dirt dauber, because I have found dirt daubers nests in here before, And I completely understand, right? I can understand why a dirt dauber would want to come in here. And I do not mind them at all. Because dirt daubers eat spiders. But I have found a dirt dauber nest like inside of an unfired pot before that was just sitting up on a shelf that had been there for a while, a long time, right? Because I kind of just left it there and forgot about it and picked it up and it had like little empty nests in it. Oh, dirt dauber. What's another name for a dirt dauber? They look like wasps, but they mud. I've always also called them a mud dauber. They're in the wasp hornet family, but they are not really aggressive to people. They're more they eat other bugs, and they build their nest out of mud, dirt, clay, and stuff like that. Yeah, and wolf spiders too. Like, wolf spiders are scary looking, but I try to tell myself that, like, they eat other spiders and they are good. Just don't come anywhere near me, please. Because they get huge. Huge. I mean, not tarantula huge, but, like, scary huge still. What's another name for a dirt dauber then? There's got to be another name for it that like is more recognizable. I don't know. Maybe you don't have dirt daubers over there. I don't know. Is it kind of like lightning bugs? Like not everybody has lightning bugs. Fireflies. There's a big thing, like sometime in June, there's a big thing in the mountains where like all the fireflies will start blinking in unison. I don't know why, but there's this thing and they sell tickets to it so you can go watch and see. You don't think you've ever seen one? Freelon? You've never seen a firefly? They're just bugs with blinkers on their butts. You get the yeah, we have carpenter bees as well. Hornets and wasps. See, hornets and wasps, like wasps, dirt daubers look just like a wasp. It's the same family. They're just not as aggressive. And if you get close enough to see its markings, I'm sure you can tell. But it's also the part of like, how close do you want to get to it? All right, let's do 2 more of these. Crystal Wolf, you keep finding little ants in your house, tempted to make an ant farm. You got dirt daubers, organ pipe wasps, mud wasps, and potter wasps. Oh, that's all the different names for them? Potter wasps. That's good now. I'm going to start calling them that. But I've always called them dirt daubers. I can see organ pipe because that's what their nests look like. It does. Just little rings. Little pipes. I don't know where the term dauber comes from. I guess for a bug. Knots and Stitches, hello. You took your fingering mug to a fair, and people kept asking where you got it, so they can get their own. So you've been giving out our website over the last couple of seasons. Well, thank you so much. Really, a dauber? That's what it means? A crude or inartistic painter, really? So a dirt dauber, because they just make a little mess. Funny. So Knots and Stitches, what type of fair were you going to? Was it like a rent fair, or were you going like to different fiber festivals? Rent fairs, yeah. Yeah, Corky, you have a handmade festival there each June, and you signed up to get info for it for next year. Good. We've got so many fun designs that you've got to share. Yes, we have fun with it. Like the ones I'm doing right now are going to be like the ones on the slideshow that just left, the health mana and stamina mugs. This is the health mug, but it's also this shape I use for the Spaceballs mug and the Marvin mug from A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Which earlier this week it was Towel Day. Or was that last week? I forget. It was sometime recently. So we have 20 pieces now. You also ran across somebody with a Whips and Chains mug, yes. Who doesn't get excited about works in progress and chain stitches? You're trying to find projects for your class tomorrow. You have a free project class, so you may try a pitcher or a water bottle or something. Yeah. Any other criteria, or just like shapes that you want to try to throw? Need to challenge yourself with something tall. Don't forget to hydrate. Delta, hello. Good afternoon. Now, hold on. I need to do a couple of things before I start on the mugs again. I need to do... something here with a wider base. So I may have a bit too much clay here for this, but... Twitch knows that you have your first pottery class tomorrow. Yeah, it recommended our channel. Well, welcome. Oh, you're going to have so much fun. So someone has ordered a 10-ounce mug in the tankard shape, so I need to do a baby tankard. So I'm going to see how big that is. It may be a bit too big, but I'll make it and see. And then I need to make a few more plant pots. Yeah, Belzy, no, I understand that. You need some kind of direction, otherwise you just end up with a tulip-shaped small mug again, yeah? Maybe make if you make cylinders, like you can always turn them into flower vases, or you can make them like a wine bottle chiller or like a utensil holder. If you just go with trying to make tall cylinders, or make several tall cylinders and put them together as vases. Seasonal breads, the weather has settled down, yes. It was a weird weekend. We've had like 2 lightning strikes like really close to us in the past week, and we've had in the past couple of weeks we've had hail, we've had tornadoes in the county. This weekend there was a lot of damage. It ended up being, they said, we had 75-mile-per-hour straight line winds. Which, I mean, there's like where trees and power lines down. A lot of people are still without power in the county, but right here we didn't get it that bad. Convinced I can throw mugs in my sleep, probably. I gotta remember what I'm making here. I'm making a bowl. Now, I do need to make a small yarn bowl too, so I'll make 3 of these. Possibly 4. I'll check on that. I think I maybe need to do 4. Yeah, so if y'all are new to the channel, my name is Amanda. So welcome, and my studio supervisor today is Minnie over here. As you can tell, she is supervising as hard as she can. But I am a full-time potter, so the things you're going to see me making are things that I have ordered or things that I'm needing to like build up stock for a show or to replenish stock in our shop. I made some different shaped mugs so far today, and right now I'm making a few of the little flower pots. Love the glaze chart, thank you. Yeah, I originally made this to take with me to wholesale shows, because when I go to a wholesale show, we tend to take our display is like one of everything we're making that we want to wholesale, and then we have the chart up here showing all of our colors. That way we make all of our samples in 1 or 2 colors to complement one another, and then show all the different options. And so for the rest of the year, it just lives here in the studio. And here he is again. We've got a dirt dauber here. Visiting the studio as well. Yeah, muscle memory is 20-ounce mugs. Yes, that's what I did when we did a blindfold throwing stream. I was able to make the 20-ounce mugs pretty easily. They weren't the right height, but they were still recognizable as what I wanted them to be. That's when I realized how much of what I did was by feel and not necessarily by sight. Which is why I think it's, like throwing is one of the easier things for me to stream, because I don't have to look at what I'm doing. I can read chat. At least not all the time. His name is now Jerry the Dirt Dauber. Well, I'd say it's a good thing Jerry the Dirt Dauber, for Jerry the Dirt Dauber, that Minnie's asleep. Otherwise, he might be an afternoon snack. I've never seen her go after a wasp. I've seen, she'll go after some other bugs, though. Okay, let's make one more of these. Benjamin, hello, good afternoon. So one more of these little bowls, and then I'll start working on mugs again. So this little bowl, like I said, they're going to be, some of them are going to be flower pots, so it's going to get holes in the bottom. And then because I like to put different graphics on things, we made a bunch of flowery puns. We call these the punny plant pots. I forget exactly what's ordered on this one, but things like talk dirty to me, or I wet my plants, or rooting for you, I believe in you, things like that. The most popular one so far, though, like seriously, the most popular one is not even a pun. It's just, please don't die. That has been the consistently most popular one. What was tiring working at IKEA? Just working at IKEA, or hearing the puns all the time? Alright, this one's gonna be a mug. I've only ever been in an IKEA like once, maybe twice. Because we might have one in Nashville, but for a long, if we do, it's still brand new. Peanut Butter Bunny, hello! You just had your first pottery lesson yesterday. Oh, how did it go? It was fun, but not as easy as it seems, yeah. Oh, we inspired you to try it out? Well, I hope you had a good time. Like everything, it does take a bit of practice. I'm going to make this one just a tiny bit taller. So what did you get to do? Is this like, are you taking multiple lessons, or was it just a one-time thing? You made 2 bowls. They're not perfect, but still a success in your eyes, yes. The first pieces that you actually make are like sometimes like the best pieces, because they represent so much like effort and learning and trial and error just to get those first few steps down. It was the beginner class, but since you took it, the studio allows you to go in whenever you want as long as you pay a fee and pay for a bag of clay. Nice. That's a nice resource to have. Yeah, when I was doing classes, that's kind of what I told people to expect, is to make a few bowls on their very first try. So Benjamin, what video is this? If you need to send something, whisper it to me. Spook, hey! Good afternoon, how are you? Lizard, hello! Good afternoon. I don't even know how many I have now because I've been making different size things. We have... What do we have up here? 29 things. She is cute, isn't she? She's all sprawled out over here. She's enjoying the spot while, yeah, Kiba's not there yet. And then I keep hearing this buzzing sound above me. I've got a dirt dauber trying to hurt himself on the lights. So this is cone 6. This is mid-fire clay. This is a white stoneware. It is very smooth. It doesn't have any grog in it. I am in southern Kentucky, so I use a local supplier. Kentucky Mudworks is out of Lexington, and they mix and manufacture their own clay bodies. So I'm using a local company. Yeah, everything I fire here is to cone 6, like all the mugs here. These are cone 6 glazes. We also do raku firings, which is, you know, a much lower temperature, and it's outside with a different type of clay. Because that's where you heat the pots up to around, at most, 1800 degrees, and then immediately take them out. So you have to have a clay body that can handle that. Here we go. So these are my mugs, the 20-ounce mugs. This is my standard mug. This is what I sell the most of, so it's what I make the most of. So it's what I have the most practice at making. And I've got a guide set up here in on my cameras so that I can just measure them with a guide, so I don't have to stop and measure each one. So if you see me make little adjustments, that's why. Oh, for size measuring, so I'm using OBS to stream with. And so in OBS, instead of making a new scene or, you know, a different input or whatever, I just make a new scene that's just the outline of a box. And so it just gives me a line that I can use to measure things by. I can also, you know, set my camera up. Sometimes I've, you know, set the camera up to make this be the top of the mug. You know, I can use something in my background too. You know, Minnie's foot or her ear or something, but sometimes that's not always very reliable. So I'm just using the camera to measure with. And y'all can time it and tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that if I don't have to make any adjustments, I can do a mug in a minute and a half. That's not counting the the cleanup, like the putting a new tile down, just the throwing of the mug. See, this one's going to take a bit longer. That's what I get for getting in a hurry and not stopping to get more water. There we go. Wasn't that bad. How can you tell if it's centered and not wobbling? You do that more by feel. I mean, you can see it when it's not wobbling, because it kind of looks like it's not moving. But it's a lot easier just to feel it. And of course, if it's not centered and you start to open it up and one side is thicker than the other, then of course you know it's not centered. And then as you're pulling up the walls, you can, it's easy to knock it off center, kind of like I just did. Then you got to fix it. So the way I center, so first, very important step, make sure you place the clay firmly on the wheel. And we've got an ad going, so I'm going to let that finish before I start this piece. It's a good time to hydrate and stretch. See, mini stretch too. So, while we were on the ad break, I took a moment to stretch and hydrate. So we are back. So Peanut Butter Bunny, I was, I don't know if you heard me talking about your question because I realized we were on an ad break, but you say, how can you tell if it's centered and not wobbling? You couldn't seem to figure that out. It's really more by feel than by sight for me. And then, of course, if you open it up and one side's bigger than the other, then you know it's not centered. And so I'm going to show you how I center this one. So very first important step is place the clay firmly on the wheel. You want to make sure it's stuck. It may sound silly, but if it starts sliding around, you gotta dry everything off and get it to and start over. So that's obviously not centered. I'm going to compress it a little bit because I want to make sure it's stuck. Still not centered. What I do, I am standing, but you can do this if you're sitting at the wheel as well. Make sure you're anchored on both sides of the wheel. Your arms are anchored on the splash pan here. And then you're going to press, or I press onto the clay with two sides of my hand. And then while your arms are still anchored on the sides of the splash pan, slowly raise them up because you're wanting to move the clay, not have it move you. Bring it up. That is not centered. That's just you're getting all that clay up, and then you're going to compress it back down. Keep your arm still anchored on the splash pan. I'm talking about right-handed here, so use your left hand to stabilize, and then you're going to use like the pad of your thumb right here and press downward. You can lean forward, put your weight on it if you want to. You do that more like the bigger the piece of clay is, the more you're going to need to put your weight on it, and center it and compress that back down. And it's centered. And then most everything you do in the first couple steps, you want to have your arms anchored somewhere, whether it's on, if you're sitting, anchor them on your knees, on your thighs, or on the splash pan. And then we'll open this up. And then I combine the first couple of steps here to do that first pull into a volcano shape. And then we're going to do some more pulls here. And give it some more height. And the thing about pulling the walls is sometimes people like think that it's a pinching motion, and it's not really. Maybe if you're trying to do like some really fine work with the rim, but when you're pulling up the clay from the bottom, it's more of a stretching motion. So I'm pushing out with my left hand, and I'm getting underneath that with my knuckle and then lifting. So you're stretching and lifting the clay. Let's do it one more time. So I'm pushing out and getting underneath it. And with this, I'm actually letting it stretch out a little bit more because I know what shape I'm making. I'm making a little pot-bellied mug, trimming that off. And then I'm using my metal rib here to give this some shape, just putting gentle pressure on the inside. Again, checking my height. And then kind of smoothing it out and giving it the shape that I want there with my rib. And get the water out of the bottom. Potter artists don't have long nails. Not many do I know that have long nails. Yeah, Lizard said it'd be, and I'm used to streaming too, that you couldn't do your work properly with someone watching. And now, like, I stream things that I know how to do. If I'm learning something new, I don't tend to stream it. Because you need to concentrate and focus. If you've got to concentrate and focus on something really hard, you're not going to be concentrating on the stream. And that's what I tell people when they ask about like starting streaming and stuff. People say, "Oh, does it help you get work done?" I'm like, "No, it's actually a bit of a distraction. I get more stuff done without streaming, but I stream things that I kind of know how to do, that I can still do efficiently." Because this is my work day. This is what I would be doing whether or not I was streaming. So I just appreciate so many people coming to hang out with me. So any kind of artist with nails is weird. You have to be dedicated to your nails. You have to really, really want fingernails to work with your hands a lot and still have nails. You've never seen a nail artist with nails on either? Yeah, because it gets in the way. I had not thought about that. That one needs some help. Let's just put this back on here, and this one is slowly sinking. There we go. Just needed a bit of support. Oh, peanut butter, you're welcome. You were confused on why your last bowl was a bit off with the size? But it was thicker on one side, yeah. So Glitter Queen, hey, you're a nail artist and a potter. They're very conflicting passions, yeah. When you're done trimming all your stuff, you can wear long nails, yep. I end up always like grinding off a little bit of my thumbnail, like right here, and a little bit of my fingernail when I'm doing a lot of throwing. So I wonder how, like, if acrylic nails would hold up to that, or if I would still end up grinding it all down. But with my hands being in water so much, like they're just super thin, my nails are. Your nails are soft, so actually having fake nails can help get a nice sharp edge. And Corgi, you just sew right now so you don't get your hands like very dirty. Yeah. You're surprised the clay doesn't dry off nails like skin? I wonder. It leaves little grooves in your fingernails. I had somebody like come in and take classes and ask me about that. You know, like I'd never thought about it, but it does. Like your nails are not like smooth because I guess clay gets in your cuticles. Tater, hello. Good afternoon. Spook, you bite your nails. I end up like, I bit my nails as a kid, and anymore, a nervous habit is like chewing on like the dry skin around your nails. Clay looks so tasty. Like cookie dough, Minnie thinks so. She likes to lick the clay. Yeah, Spook beat me to it. Yeah. Knots and stitches. Sometimes you think having people to keep you company while warping the loom would be nice. Yeah, for stream, yeah. It'd probably be interesting to watch too. Minnie is clay colored herself. Did I make her? Yeah, well, as little as she's moving right now, she could be made of clay. Corgi, you've been debating on setting up cams to see if anybody would want to watch you being boring, just sewing away and more with more fabric around. Yeah, my famous last words were like, "Why do you?" Because Daniel set up the stream and wanted me to stream, and I'm like, why would anybody want to watch me? Fine, I'll do it. Just set it up. So you never know. You never know. Cat gets their minerals out of clay, yeah. And actually, when the cats first started trying to drink out of my water bucket, I did call my vet and say, "Hey, is this going to be bad for them?" And they said, "No, it's something, clay, something they would get in the wild. It's not going to hurt them." They even so sometimes for indoor cats, vets will prescribe clay pills for cats to help with their digestion because it is something they would just naturally ingest from drinking out of puddles. Yeah, Lizard, you like listening to it and watching streams while sewing? Yeah. Well, and that's one of the good things about like the creative section on Twitch is that it gives us a creative community because for so many of us, it's if you don't have a community studio to go to, it's hard to find other creatives. It's a very solitary experience, right? Or solitary endeavor, and some of us are perfectly fine with that, but Twitch allows us to have that human interaction and lets us bounce creative ideas off of one another. It reminds me of being, back in a school setting, art school setting. Yeah, Minnie's not moving very much. Asking questions about various arts and crafts, yeah. There's always something to learn. Scrub caps and chemo caps might be a bit more entertaining than making scrunchies. You never know. Tater, breaking your foot has been the best thing for your weight. You'll make a snack in a normal portion size, so once you're in your chair, you don't want to get back up to get more, yeah. We should say breaking your foot is not a recommended form of weight loss. we do not condone this. But good on you for looking at the bright side. Yeah. Well, she's alive. She did move. Just a little bit. Well, Crystal Wolf, welcome back. And Puzzle Lady, thank you for the follow. Hey, Colleen, good afternoon. Oh, Knitter Girl, you're getting kisses from your kitty. Those are always best. Those are always good. Unless they're followed by nibbles. That's sometimes not so fun. Neil's made a habit of lying on your arm while you're at the desk. Yeah. Well, this morning, like Kiba had was given the biggest purrs. I mean, they were so loud because he was just sprawled on the keyboard. And I finally just like laid my paperwork on top of him, and he was just happy as he could be because he thought he was in the way, which he was. But I was still able to work. So he got to feel disruptive, and I still got to get work done. Your Lita does that. She lays across the desk, but the desk is tiny, so she inevitably knocks the keyboard off. Yeah. Well, my desk is not tiny, but but neither is Kiba, so he constantly tries to push it away. If I can get him to lay down, it's okay, because at least I can work if he's just laying there. But what is more disruptive is if he feels feisty, he'll sit there next to the keyboard and just like nip at your fingers while you're trying to type. Yeah, your Neil gets behind your drawing tablet and tries to grab your hand while you're drawing, yeah. Yeah. Well, mm. Hey, look, we're on an ad break. Nobody will see it. Yeah. This one's just not really wanting to be anything, is it? All right, so we're better than I thought we'd be. It's gonna have a little wrinkle in it, but it's fairly. I mean, it's a good even rim. It's got that little wrinkle right there, but that's where we can put the handle. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that's a save. And it wanted to come off too. And once the like the rest of the mug is a bit more stable, I can like smooth out or add some clay to that little wrinkle and smooth it out some. It's just very squishy right now. See how many we have here. We got 48. Jerry the Dirt Dauber is still with us. He's still up here trying to bash his brains out on the light bulb. Maybe when we go home tonight, we'll turn the lights off and he'll find himself a nice bowl to settle down in. That was number 50. And it's not all just mugs we've been making, but a lot of it is. We made a couple of the little yarn bowls, but I've made this style of 20-ounce mug, and I've also made some of the health and the stamina mugs, and then more of the round ones to be like Spaceballs mugs or the Marvin mugs. Mushroom, hello. Good afternoon. Welcome to the studio. Hope everybody's having a good Wednesday, a good hump day. There we go. That's how I did that. I'm like, how did I like hurt my thumb? I had a little like scrape on my thumb, and I'm like, how in the world did I do that? I don't remember doing it. I nicked it on the edge of the splash pan here, or not splash pan, but the bat. It's I need to clean off the underside of it because it's kind of like sitting higher than the tile. And ideally, you want the tile to sit higher than the bat because it'll rub against your hand. Oh, yeah, you love clay, you're super into it, but you're starting a college program soon, and it will eliminate any time at the studio. Oh, wow. So is there no way you can, like, is there no, like, art program? Or I know a lot of times, like, art programs at the college level, you have to be approved before taking the class. You can't just sign up for it and walk in. Maybe you'll be able to work something out for after hours. Well, there's 52. There's all that clay built up under there. I don't think this thing was really attached to the wheel with the bat pins anymore. I think it was just kind of stuck from the clay. So this is what the wheel head looks like by itself. Excavation site, right? I want the bat to sit nice and flat on the wheel. There we go. Oh yeah, so you're going to be busy. All right, Crystal Wolf. Well, thanks for hanging out with me today. I will see you later. Threw all this crunchy stuff in there. Now I'm looking for some soft bits to let the tile stick. There we go. Now you can see some space. Yep. There we go. Now the tile's sitting a little bit taller than the bat. So it's really cool to see the pottery making process, yeah. So I always like watching how things are made. Lassa, hey, good afternoon. How are you doing? Good, I'm doing well. Yeah, and congrats to Em for getting into the special art program. Or the advanced art program, I should say. I couldn't remember if you told me here, if I saw it on Facebook, so I wanted to make sure I said congrats to her. Good, she's super excited, nice. Do you know what they'll be doing yet, or is it just different every time? One of the things at the end of the year is pottery. see if we can get this one to stay with me. There, maybe, maybe. Alright, well, it's better than it was. Another thing they do it's called Explorations of Art in the class, and it's a mask making. Like ancient masks or like Mardi Gras masks. See if I can slide this back over to the center of the tile. Nope. It's staying there. There's 56. Oh, it's amazing how much of a driveway edge can be made up of only poison oak. There you go. Shoo. Daniel has been sacrificing himself for the greater good today, because if I even look at poison oak, it will jump on me. All right, Spook. The masks are like plaster and other materials. Oh, I see. Okay. So they're a little bit of everything. I wonder if they actually like make a mask of their face. That would be kind of cool. She's gonna have so much fun. So, Mushroom, how wet is the clay? You've never used a wheel? Just finger pinch? Yeah, yeah, like more hand building and stuff? You think your clay has to be way less wet, but this is so satisfying to see. You know, it depends. Like sometimes with coils, yeah, it can be about the same. But this is fairly soft. This one, I actually prefer throwing the clay with the clay a little bit softer, because I don't have to put as much pressure on the clay, and when you're just doing a couple of pieces, it's not that bad. But when I'm doing 100 pieces at a time, like it can take a toll on you having to work with a harder clay. And then of course you're adding water to it as you work with it to make it softer. Like it's not it's not goopy. It's not we'll wait till the ad ends. So, welcome back, everybody. I don't know if you heard part of my answer, Mushroom, because I don't remember when the ad started. But this is fairly soft. Like, porcelain is going to be about the softest, the clay that you work with, and people compare it to, like, cream cheese. Like, super goopy. This is nowhere near that goopy. Like if a clay body has like some grit in it, then it's going to be a lot denser. And this one doesn't, so it's much smoother. It's as close to a porcelain as stoneware can get. You've never even tried working with leather hard clay for like scraping designs in. You want to try both avenues, yeah. Yeah, so I have done that before. I've done carving into clay like that at leather hard. Yeah, you can do that. You can carve out a design really like a fine sgraffito design that doesn't go in very deep, and then put a different colored clay or a slip in it and scrape it away, and you can fill in designs like that. You can there's like so many things you can do. Yeah, I've done like carving into the clay. I've done the slip trailing, to be adding texture on top of the clay. The most common thing that I do is the technique is called using sprig molds, but it's it's how I do the medallions on my mugs. You take I take a very thin slab of clay and press a stamp into it for a design, and then cut out a medallion and apply that to the side of the mug. So I don't just put stamps directly into the mugs. I put a different piece of clay on top of them, and the technique is called using a sprig mold, because you could have a very thin mold, relief mold, to add a repeated texture to clay. Like if for production work, that's how they would make different designs on the side of plates or vases or stuff, and make them all look the same. You had no idea there were different types of clay, just only used what was like free to you, yeah. So the main differences in clay, besides color and texture, are going to be the temperature they fire to. This is mid-fire clay. Mid-fire and low-fire are going to be the most common types. High-fire is usually only necessary if you're using like a gas kiln and you want to go to higher temperatures to get certain like glaze colors. But it's honestly not that necessary anymore unless you just want to do it that way. Oh, thank you, Mushroom. What am I using? So these are plain old floor tiles. These are the thing, like the cheapest tiles you can find at Lowe's or Home Depot or whatever. Preferably ones that don't have a texture on them. So this is a plastic bat that I cut a hole in, and then I use these to throw the mugs on. See ya. And I use these tiles because most of the things I make aren't that big, and so I don't need a huge bat. These don't take up that much room. But it lets me throw the pieces thinner, so I don't have to trim them. Yeah, you can get all different types of colored clay now, and you know, before we were, you know, manufacturing our different types of clay, you know, people just used what they had available to them, like what you're doing. You know, whatever was the clay manufactories of the world were located where there's a huge clay deposit, and that's the clay they used. Now we're able to, you know, formulate clay bodies to fire at a certain temperature or vitrify at a certain temperature so that they will hold water properly and not leak. You can add whatever colorants you want to get the speckled or dark or lighter look you want. Traditionally, the low fire clays that fired a cone 06, which is around 1800 degrees Fahrenheit, they did not fully vitrify, so they would not hold water that well. So that's why you see flower pots in the reddish orange clay, because that's what it does best. It doesn't hold water. It lets it breathe. So not the best for holding your coffee, but perfect for letting your pots drain. But in some parts of the world, you know, low fire clay pots are still used as a disposable item because it's cheaper to do that than use paper. Low fire a teacup and use it for, you know, a to-go cup and then toss it. I was reading, one of the books I'm reading right now talked about, like, just in passing, it talked about, like, excavating tons of things where they found tons of old clay pipes. And they're like, that's odd, just see a lot of clay pipes in one area. And they're like, no, not really. This was an industrial area, and clay pipes were used as kind of like disposable items. They were sold with one lug of, you know, tobacco in them, and they smoke it and then toss it. And I never knew that before. I'd heard of making clay pipes, but at the same time I thought, like, that doesn't seem that sturdy. But if it's a one-time use thing, then does it need to be sturdy? How do you know what temperature to use if you have use clay from the ground? You test it. That's the only way to know, is to do, like, make a ton of pots and then fire them at different temperatures and see when they melt. 62. We are at 62. Oh, no, you're not annoying me at all with questions. I enjoy questions. But no, testing the clay is like, it's just that simple. You test it at different temperatures. Like the low fire temperature, the base that I would start at would be like the 1800 degrees. And then like a standard mid-fire temperature is 2232 degrees Fahrenheit. And so you could, if it melts before it gets to that temperature, then you would look at seeing like what other types of clay you might want to mix with it to get it to go up to a temperature like that, to a very precise temperature. And then if it hardens, you can test how porous it still is by doing an absorption test. You know, dunk it in water. Well, weigh it after it's fired. Dunk it in water and see how much it weighs. And see how much it has absorbed. Because a fully fired pot should not be absorbing water like the, I forget the absorption rate of the clay body I'm using, but it's very little. It's not supposed to absorb any water. Because if it absorbs water, it's going to leak water. Nope. More water. See, that's what happens when something like a sponge or your hand just sticks to the clay for just a second. Throws everything off. I think we can fix it though. There we go. Can't even tell anything was wrong. Your cats like the heating pads, yes. Crystal Wolf. Welcome back. Mushroom, you're currently rug hooking to keep your hands busy. Yeah, you're finishing a small rug for your chihuahua. She likes rugs over dog beds. Our cats try to push us off of our pillows in the bed at night, so what do you do but get your cat their own pillow? Right now we have 64. 64 pieces altogether. You had the heating pad on for Neil when she was a baby. She got to the point where she would lay on it even if it was turned off. Yeah, that was her bed. Do we have a numerical goal in mind? No. I think I can do... What are we at? We're at 64, 65. I think I can do 75 of just like this size. And then I've got some of the smaller 10-ounce sizes I can do. Yeah, 64 in 3 hours, and that's with breaks and stuff. I don't remember exactly when I got started. Okay. Yeah, and not all of that was this style of mug. This style of mug I can do a bit more efficiently. Okay, listen to me. I'm like, that's not that good. I can do better. I can do better, coach. Your pieces have taken you sessions and sessions. Well, are you throwing? Have you been doing it for 20 years? Hand building does take a lot longer. Was that my rib? What just fell on the floor? Something went flying and I don't know where it went. I think it was my metal rib. Now it'll never be seen again. Wait, there it is. It's clay colored like everything else here, but I found it. Alrighty, I got 10 more of these, so that's 65, 67. So I should have 77 of these if everything makes it. Come on now. I thought I heard Kiba. I did hear him. He's just over here eating. Mushroom, you're making pizza. Had leftover pizza for lunch. And Spook had Subway. I've got some jambalaya mix that I was thinking about using for tonight. Yeah, we've been eating more Arby's recently because of their coupons, because on their app they give you like a free sandwich every week, so it's like a buy one, get one free. That, and they're right around the corner. That is convenient. I hear you, buddy. I took away his steps. I'm a horrible woman. Hey, Minnie. Gonna move the mugs out of the way before she goes and starts to lick them. So that is 74. Realized I hadn't drank anything in a little while. Well, Minnie's back. $75. Well, hello. It's not quite treat time yet. Hey, crazy cat lady. Yes. She's like, hey, human, follow me. Let me show you where the treats are kept. You should know this by now. Like, if you would put them in a bag like you used to, then I could get them myself and I wouldn't even have to bother you. Isn't it true that cats bring us mice or toys or whatever because they think we're just really bad at being cats and they need to help? Minnie brings me an awful lot of lizards, so I must be a pretty bad cat. You'd think I'd be able to catch my own by now. Finally giving up on me. All right, we have 77 pieces. see if this one will work. So this is a smaller amount of clay. The mugs I've been making are made with like a little over a pound. This is 3/4 of a pound. This is 12 ounces of clay. What's that look like? It looks like a mug. Let's see how tall it is. Yeah, that's pretty good. Maybe try to compress that rim a little bit. Here we go. So this is the smaller mug that I make, so it's same shape, but it'll hold about 10 ounces versus the 20 ounces. Come on, stay with me now. My tile's wobbling. All right, well, we now have 80 pieces. We are up to 80. See how soft some of these are. I'm going to try to do a tankard. I do have an order for a tankard, so. So a wider base. This is going to be a 24-ounce tankard. 20 per hour is a good average. I like to be more efficient than that, but I know I can at least do that. And that's why if I'm really trying to be efficient, I know I have a lot of things to do, like I'll make all of the exact same thing in one day instead of breaking it up and doing several different things. Don't do that to me. Okay, let's add some water. Let's add some water. There we go. That's a 24-ounce tankard. And then I do need to make a couple of little small plates to go under the flower pots I made earlier, so let's do a couple of those. Come on in. Yeah, 3 minutes total, and seriously, it takes me just as long to physically make the piece as it does to like scrape the tile and transport the mug over, so yeah. I'll just leave it on there. Only making a couple of these. Usually I just pick these up off the wheel. All right, that's it. And out of the, so 83 pieces today. We didn't lose anything. We didn't have any claytalities. This is my scraps that I have from it. So that'll, that's maybe 3 pounds-ish of clay out of all of those. Just the little bits and pieces of trim off. We'll put that back in the pug mill and mix it with the fresh clay and have that for tomorrow. My towel, there it is. So I am going to get off here and get cleaned up and find something for supper. So thank you guys for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I greatly appreciate it. Let's see who else is on today. Ooh, now you're going to go fabric hunting. Well, good luck. Is this finding fabric in your craft room, or is this like going and shopping for fabric? Because those are two separate things. We're going to go see Valencia Glass. Where they do actual glass blowing on stream. They have a pretty good setup. Very impressive setup, actually. And if you're going to TwitchCon, hopefully we'll get to see them at TwitchCon again this year. You're shipping. Oh, you're looking for Mickey or Minnie. Oh, or Wiener Dogs. Aw. Shopping. Well, good luck. But again, guys, thank you for watching. Let's go say hi to Valencia Glass. I will see y'all later. Have a good evening.